Всем привет! Сегодня у нас какие-то факторные функции, не знаю, и модульные паттерны. Сейчас узнаем, что это. What's wrong with constructors? Object constructors are one of about a million ways to start organizing your code. They are fairly common in the wild and are a fundamental building block of the JavaScript language. However, there are many people who argue against using constructors at all. Their arguments boil down to the fact that if you aren't careful, you can be easy to introduce bugs into your code when using constructors. Constructors are bad for JavaScript does a pretty decent job of outlining the issue. Spoiler alert, the author ends up recommending factory functions. Блин, ты читать или нет? А тут немного вроде. One of the biggest issues with constructors is that while you look just like regular functions, do not behave like regular functions at all. If you try to use a constructor function without the new keyword, your program will not work as expected, but it won't produce error message that are easy to trace. The main takeaway is that while constructors aren't necessarily evil, they aren't the only way, and they may not be the best way either. Of course, this doesn't mean that time learning about them was wasted. They're a common pattern in the real world code and many tutorials that you will come across on the net. Describe common bugs you might run into using constructors, how to write a factory method that returns an object, explain how scope works in JavaScript. Bonus points if you point out what ES6 changed. Explain what closure and how it impacts private functions and variables. Describe how private functions and variables are useful. Use inheritance in objects using the factory pattern. Explain the module pattern. Describe what does it stand for. Briefly explain namespacing and how it's useful. We might run into using constructor, write factory method that returns an object. Explain how scope works in JavaScript. Explain the closure. Describe how private functions. Objects use inheritance in objects using the factory pattern. Explain the module pattern. Briefly explain namespacing. Понял. For a more interactive explanation example, try the following screen. Let us know what you think of this. Person factory. Um, let a equals x cons func 99. Kurwa. Якого дідька? Я подозреваю, что нужно вовнутрь функции это ставить. Что, это на приколе? А, блин. Так нужно. Даже не заметил. Ничего себе. Factory function string. Const capitalized string. Print string. Console log. Что это на... Что это? А, это просто для пикса, да, я понял. Return print string. Hmm. Я думаю, что то, что она просто так написала, то ничего не произойдет. Нужно, чтобы так вот точка print string был. Угу. Я же говорю. Мгм. Analyzing string. М. А, ёлки-палки. Const player. Name level. Let health равно level умножить на 2. Const get level функция просто level. Const get name функция просто name. Const damage. Мы берем x. Что за x? Health минус x is health which die. Const attack равно enemy. If level меньше enemy, get level. Enemy get name has damaged. Ёпнуться. Name. Return attack damage get level get name. Блин, а почему именно через функцию? Зачем через функцию? Джимми. А так. Чё это началось? Jeff say name. Jeff do something nerd. Ну почему это в таких скобках? Nerd. Так еще два раза одно. Nerd. А, это внутри персона. Prototype person name. Calculator. Immediately invoked function expression. Hmm. Factor function pattern is similar to constructors, but instead of using new to create an object, factory functions simply set up and return the new object when you call the function. Check out this example. Machine factory. Jeff 27. Jeff name. Mm-hmm. For reference, here's the same thing creating using the constructor pattern. Блин, ну вот это намного выглядит интуитивнее понять. Note the factory functions do not utilize the prototype, which does come with a performance penalty. However, as a general rule, this penalty isn't significant unless you're creating thousands of objects. A quick note about line 3 from the factory function example. In 2015, a handy new shorthand for creating objects was added into JavaScript. A handy new shorthand for creating objects was added into JavaScript. Without the shorthand, line 3 would have looked something like this. Well, put simply, if you're creating an object where you are referring to a variable that has the exact same name as the object property you are creating, you can condense it like so. If you're creating an object where you're referring to a variable that has the exact same name as the object, if you're creating an object where you are referring to a variable that has the exact same name as the object property you're creating, you can condense it like so. With that knowledge in your pocket, check out this little hack. Maynard red rice. Logging all of these variables might be a useful thing to do, but doing like this can be somewhat confusing. If you simply turn them into an object with brackets, the output is much easier to decipher. Okay. Scope and closure. From simply reading the above example, you're probably already in pretty good shape to start using factory function in your code. Before we get there though, it's time to do a somewhat deep dive into an incredibly important concept. Closure. Надо это сохранить. Зачем она вниз перетаскивает, не понимаю. For simply reading the above example attack, however, before we're able to make sense of closure, we need to make sure you are a really good grasp on scope in JavaScript. Scope is a term that refers to where things like variables and functions can be used in your code. In the following example, do you know what will be logged in the last line? Ну уже да. And do you know why? Can you edit the code so that it increase the other value? The answer is 17, and the reason it's not 99 is that on line 4 the outer variable a is not redefined, rather a new a is created inside the scope of that function. In the end, figuring out scope in most contexts is not all that complicated, but is crucial to understanding some of the more advanced concepts that are coming up soon. So take your time to understand what's going on in the following resources. Алло, можно паузу? Ну, этот 2 вызовет, этот 3, этот один. Ой, этот 3 тоже, потому что мы же поменяли. Мгм. Так, this article starts simple and reiterates what video covered, but goes deeper and more specific about the appropriate terminology. At the end, he defines closure and describes the module pattern, both of which we'll talk about more soon. It's great, but there's one inaccurate statement. All scopes in JavaScript are created with function scope only. They aren't created by for or while loops or expression statements like if or switch. New function equals new scope. That's the rule. That statement was true is in 2013 when the article was written, but ES6 has rendered it incorrect. Не понял, так есть смысл это читать или нет? Everything you wanted to know about JavaScript scope. It has a few concepts of scope, none of which are straightforward or easy to understand. As a new JavaScript developer and even some experienced JavaScript developers, this post is aimed to those wanting to learn about the many depths of JavaScript after hearing words such as scope, closure, this namespace, function scope, global scope, lexical scope, and public-private scope. You'll know the answers to what is scope, what is global local scope, what is a namespace, and how does it differ to scope, what is this keyword and how does the scope affect it, and how does scope affect it, what is function lexical scope, what are closures, what is public private scope, how can I understand create do all of the above. Closure scope and this, changing scope with call, apply, and bind. Прикольный эффект, как он сделал. Span grid. What is scope? JavaScript scope refers to the current context of your code. Scopes can be globally or locally defined. Understanding JavaScript scope is a key to writing bulletproof code and being a better developer. You'll understand where variables functions are accessible, be able to change the scope of your code's context, and be able to write faster and more maintainable code, as well as debug much faster. Thinking about scope is easy. Are we inside scope A or scope B? What is global scope? Before you write a line of JavaScript, you're in what we call the global scope. If you declare a variable, it's defined globally. Global scope is your best friend and your worst nightmare. Learning to control your scope is easy, and in doing so, you will run into no issues with global scope problems. Namespace clashes. You often hear people saying global scope is bad, but never really justify as to why global scope isn't bad. You need to create modules and APIs that are accessible across scopes. You must use it to your advantage and not cause issues. Everyone's used jQuery before. As soon as you do this, we're accessing jQuery in global scope. We can refer to this access as a namespace. The namespace is sometimes an interchangeable word of scope, but usually that refers to the highest level scope. We can refer to this access as a namespace. The namespace is something an interchangeable word for scope, but usually that refers to the highest level scope. In this case, jQuery in this is in the global scope and is also our namespace. The jQuery namespace is defined in the global scope, which acts as a namespace for the jQuery library, as everything inside it becomes a descendant. Global scope, which acts as a namespace for the jQuery library, as everything inside it becomes a descendant of that namespace. A local scope refers to any scope defined past the global scope. There is typically one global scope, and each function defined has its own nested local scopes. Any function defined within another function has a local scope which is linked to the outer function. If you define a function and create variables inside it, those variables become locally scoped. Take this example. Any locally scoped items are not visible in the global scope unless exposed. Any locally scoped items are not visible in the global scope unless exposed, meaning if I define functions on variables within a new scope, it is inaccessible outside of that current scope. A simple example of this is the following.
Thank you.
Спасибо. Спасибо за follow, softcore, спасибо. Locally scoped items are not visible in the global scope unless exposed. Эм, Unquote reference. Ну, это понятно, да. The variable name is scoped locally. It isn't exposed to the parent scope and they are therefore undefined. Function scope. All scopes in JavaScript are created with function scope only. But there's one inaccurate statement. They aren't created by for or while loops or expressions. Some statement like if or switch. New function equals new scope. That's just a simple example to demonstrate this. But there's one inaccurate statement. This statement was true in 2013 when the article was written, but ES6 has rendered it incorrect. Okay, прочитаем. Mother function. It is to create new scope and create local variables, functions, objects. Lexical scope. Whenever you see a function within another function, the inner function has access to the scope in the outer function. Привет, Мимо, привет. Another function, the inner function has access. This is called lexical scope. Изучаю факторные функции и модульные паттерны. Так. You see function within another function, the inner function has access to the scope in the outer function. Это понятно. Lexical scope or closure. Also referred to a static scope. Что-то на умном. Но это про это. Объекты, как объекты создавать не через, как он называется, не через конструктор, а через факторную функцию. А в данный момент эта статья про scope. Так. Define in scope B. Here. Это понятно. You'll notice that my other function isn't being called here. It's simply defined. It is ordered to call also as an effect on how the scope variables react. Here I have defined my functions and call it under another console statement. Name dot. My other function console log my name plus dot. Console log name. My other function. функция. Так, внутри функция, которая printed my name is name. Сама функция, я понял. Lexical scope is used to work with any variables, object, functions defined in its parent scope are available in the scope chain. For example, name is available here. Это понятно. The only important thing to remember that lexical scope does not work backwards. Here we can see how the lexical scope doesn't work. Это тоже понятно. Can always return a reference to name, but never the variable itself. Scope chain. Scope chains establish the scope for a given function. Each function defined has its own nested scope, as we know. Scope chains establish the scope for a given function. Each function defined has its own nested scope. Each function defined has its own nested scope, as we know, and any function defined within another function has a local scope which is linked to the outer function. This link is called the chain. It is always the position in the code that defines the scope. When resolving a variable, JavaScript starts at the innermost scope and searches outwards until it finds the variable object function it was looking for. Closures. Closures ties in very closely with lexical scope. A better example of how the closure side of things works can be seen when returning a function reference. A more practical usage. Inside our scope we can return things so that they're available in the parent scope. Здесь факторные функции и модульные паттерны. В общем, а конкретно сейчас scope. Жесть. Уже второй человек не в курсе, что это. Ну вот, разве вы такое не учили? Если бы они такое понимали. Ну, я такое не понимаю. Вот эта штука. Типа вот так конструкторная функция выглядит, а так факторная. Ну, я не знаю, может она на русском как-то по-другому называется. Это типа, чтобы объекты создавать. То ты знаешь, что это, правильно? Ну, по-моему, здесь пока не про замыкание. Хотя... Рекурсия. Может и будет замыкание, фиг его знает. Замыкание вообще как на английском? Closure. Есть замыкание, лол. Я думал, это закрытие. Думаю, что за закрытие? Вот это оно и замыкание есть. Closure ties. Я не понимаю смысл. В чем прикол? Я типа переводил, оно мне закрытие выдает. Я думаю, что за закрытие? Просто, по сути, функция имеет доступ к внешнему скопу. Я не знаю. Ну, не знаю, пока что я про скопы читаю то, что я прочитал. Ну, все логично, понятно, типа, что внутренняя функция там имеет доступ к внешней, но не наоборот. Ну, все понятно. Closure ties in very closely with lexical scope. A better example of how the closure side of things works can be seen when returning a function reference. Просто не совсем понимаю происхождение названия. Не знаю. Return a function reference. More practical usage. Inside our scope, we can return things so that they're available in the parent scope. Name, text hello name, return function. The closure concept we have used here makes our scope inside say hello inaccessible to the public scope. Calling the function alone will do nothing as it returns a function. А вот что какая-то фигня уже пошла. The function returns a function, which means it needs assignments and then calling. А, returns a function, which means it needs assignment and then calling. We will call the closure and the log hello dot. А, окей. То есть, если мы функцией вызываем функцию, чтобы она работала, нужно эту функцию заассайнить. Okay, I'll let you can call it, and you may have seen function like this, but this will call your closure. А нет, не обязательно, оказывается. Calls the returning function without assignment. AngularJS uses the above technique for its compile method, where you pass the current scope reference into the closure. Meaning we could guess that their code would oversimplify it. Look like this. Oh. Жесть, ты когда-нибудь такое использовал? Ну вот эту какую-то фигню с возвращал функции функцию, чтобы писать вот так вот. Я не помню. Ну раз его, блин, не знаю, может, может кто-то использует. Да, что такое помню. Ну, в чем, а зачем делать так, если можно в одних скобках через запятую 1 и 2 написать? Ой. Scope and this. Я пока не сталкивался с этим, мне еще ни разу не приходилось. Понял. Each scope binds a different value of this, and depending how the function is invoked. Поэтому и спрашивал у Сирана, как часто они. И что он ответил? Хорош. С чем тогда спрашивал? Жестко. Each scope binds a different value of this depending how the function is invoked. We have all used these keywords, but not all of us understand it, how it differs when invoked. By default, this refers to the outermost global object. This refers to the outer global object. Uh-huh. The the window. We can easily show how invoking functions in different ways binds this value differently. Function console log this равно global. My function. Var my object точка my method console log this object. Okay. Nav document query selector nav var toggle nav function console this. Не понял. Вообще, если не ошибаюсь, то это используется, чтобы создавать классы. Ну да, я ж тебе показывал, что вот. Что вот так можно класс создавать вместо конструктора. Только я не понял прикола вот этого вот. Почему здесь console log this, оно возвращает global? А в этом случае, в принципе, происходит то же самое, но оно уже возвращает nav. Refers to the outermost global object. The window, we can easily show how invoking functions in different ways bind this value different. Each scope binds a different value of this depending on how the function is invoked. We have only used this keyword, but not all of us understand it and how it differs when invoked. Это типа особенности контекста в разных местах. Ну тут я понимаю, вот это я понимаю. А стрелочной функции здесь ссылается на вышестоящий контекст. Сколько я знаю. Ну, короче, я это не изучал. Опять же, ни разу не был. Не понял. There are also problems that we run into when dealing with this value. For instance, if I do this, even inside the same function, the scope can be changed and this value can be changed. Document query selector nav, toggle nav function console log this nav element, set timeout function console log this object window. А вот это не знаешь, что такое? Почему здесь? Я вот уже не первый раз вижу, что пишут false в event listener'ах. Скажи, посмотри, что... Options он принимает. Use capture. An object that specifies characteristic about the event listener. Capture. A boolean value indicating that events of this type will be dispatched to the register listener. Отправлен. Before being dispatched to any event target. Beneath it in the DOM tree, if not specified, defaults to false. Once, a boolean value indicating that the listener should be invoked at most once after being added. If true, the listener would be automatically removed when invoked. If not specified, defaults to false. О, прикольно. Passive, a boolean value that, if true, indicates that the function specified by listener will never call prevent default. If a passive listener does call prevent default, the user agent will do nothing other than generate a cancel warning. If not specified, defaults to false, except that in browsers other than Safari, defaults to true for the wheel, mouse wheel, touch start. Signal. An abort signal, the listener will be removed when the given abort signal object's abort method is called. If not specified, no abort signal associated with the listener. A boolean value indicating whether events of this type will be dispatched to the registered listener. A boolean value indicating whether events of this type will be dispatched to the register listener before being dispatched to any event target. Beneath it in the DOM tree, events that are bubbling upward through the tree will not trigger a listener designed to use capture. Event bubbling and capturing are two ways of propagation events that occur in an element that is nested within another element, when both elements have registered a handle for the event. The event propagation mode determines the order in which elements receive the event. Ничего не понял, какая-то хуйня на самом деле. Ну вот это понял, вот это вообще не понял. We have created new scope which is not invoked from our event handler, so it defaults to the window. We create a new scope which is not invoked from our event handler, so it defaults to the window. Object as expected. There are several things we can do if we want to access the proper this value, which isn't affected by the new scope. You might have seen this before, where we can cache a reference to the this value using a z variable and refer to the lexical binding. That равно this. This a neat little trick to be able to use the proper this value and resolve problems with newly created scope. Если нам нужно напечатать nav элемент, почему бы нам просто не вписать сюда nav? Зачем вот эти свистопляски? Почему сюда просто не вписать вот это? Hmm. Changing scope with call, apply, and bind. Sometimes you need to manipulate the scopes of your JavaScript depending on what you're looking to do. A simple demonstration how to change the scope when looping. Так, sometimes you need to manipulate the scopes of your JavaScript depending on what you're looking to do. A simple demonstration of how to change the scope when looping. Document query selector all nav li for uh, var I console log that this value here doesn't refer to our elements. We're not invoking anything or changing the scope. Let's look at how we can change scope. Well, it looked like we changed scope, but what we're really doing is changing the context of how the function is called. Call and apply. The call and apply methods are really sweet. They allows you to pass in a scope to a function, which binds the correct this value. Let's manipulate the above function to make it so that our this value is each element in the array. You can see I'm passing in the current element in the array iteration. Links I, which changes the scope of the function so that this value becomes that iterated element. We can then use this binding if we want it. We can use either call or apply to change the scope, but any further arguments are where to differ. To differ, call scope takes individual arguments, comma separated, whereas apply takes an array of arguments. It's important to remember that using call or apply actually invokes your function. So instead of doing this, you will let call handle it and change the method. Вообще не понимаю, что за бред. Like the above, using bind does not invoke a function, it merely binds the value before the function is invoked. Bind это прицепить, правильно? Связывать, да. Merely binds the value before the function is invoked. It's a real shame this was introduced at ECMAScript 5 and not earlier, as this method is fantastic. As you know, we can pass parameters into functions, into function references, something like this. We'll invoke the function immediately. We can fix this by creating a new function inside one. But again, this changes scope and we're creating a needless function again, which will be constantly on performance, which will be costly on performance if we were inside a loop and binding event listeners. This is where bind shines through, as we can pass in arguments but the function are not called. Ага, прикольно. The function isn't invoked, and the scope can be changed if needed, but arguments are set waiting to be passed in. Это прикольно, на самом деле. Private and public scope. In many programming languages you will hear about public and private scope. In JavaScript there is no such thing. We can however emulate public and private scope through things like closures. We use in JavaScript design patterns such as module pattern. For example, we can create public and private scope. A simple way to create private scope is by wrapping our functions. Simple way to create a private scope is by wrapping our functions inside a function. As we have learned, functions create scope, which keeps things out of the global scope. We don't Mhm. Mm. But we have come to calling our function and would be out of scope. Success. We have created private scope, but what if I wanted the function to be public? There's a great pattern called the module pattern and revealing module pattern, which shows us to scope our functions correctly using private and public scope and an object. Here I grab my global namespace called module, which contains all of my relevant code for that module. Кажется, я неправильно читаю. Неправильно. Function return my method. Жесть. Здесь мы создаем на функцию, которая возвращает объект с методом. Пиздец. The return statement here is what returns our public methods, which are accessible in the global scope but are namespaced. The return statement here is what return our public methods. Here is what returns our public methods. Is what returns our public methods which are accessible in the global scope but are namespaced. This means our module takes care of our namespace and can contain as many methods as we want. We can extend the module as we wish. So what about private methods? This is where a lot of developers go wrong and pollute the global namespace by dumping all their functions in the global scope. Functions that help our code work do not need to be in the global scope. Only the IP calls do. Things that need to be accessed globally in order to work. Here's how we can create private scope by not returning functions. This means that public method can be called, but private method cannot. This is privately scoped. These privately scoped functions are things like helpers, add class, remove class, Ajax, calls, arrays, objects, anything you can think of. Here's an interesting twist, though anything in the same scope has access to anything in the same scope, even after the function has been returned, which means our public methods have access to our private ones, so they can still interact but are inaccessible in the global scope. Is anything to with though anything in the same scope has access to anything in the same scope, even after the function has been returned, which means our public methods have access to our private ones, so they can still interact but are inaccessible in the global scope. Has access to private methods, we can call it. This allows a very powerful level of interactivity as well as code security, a very important part of JavaScript in ensuring security, which is exactly why we can't afford to put all functions in the global scope as they will be publicly available, which makes them open to vulnerable attacks. Here's an example of returning an object making use of public and private methods. Mm. My module, private method, функция. My module, public method, равно функция. Another public method равно функция. Return my module, the object with public methods. Шесть, блин. Жесть, блин. One neat naming convention is to begin private method with an underscore, which visually helps you differentiate between public and private. This helps when returning an anonymous object, which the module can use in object fashion, as we can simply using the function references. This helps us when returning an anonymous object, which the module can use in object fashion, as we can simply assign the function references. Бля, пиздец. Как же это запутано все. Happy scoping пишет. Спасибо. Спасибо, блядь. Ну, на самом деле это вроде как понятно. Ну, типа вот я смотрю, и вроде понятно, что происходит. Но как это в реальной жизни, где, когда это применять, я вообще не понимаю. Даже не имею представления. А зачем приватные методы? Чтобы что? Чтобы с ними что делать? Как они вообще функционируют? What what is private method is useful for JS? JavaScript private methods are useful for encapsulating logic within an object and preventing direct access or modification from outside the object. Private methods can only be accessed and used within the scope of the object in which they are defined. Some reasons why private method can be beneficial in JavaScript. Encapsulation. Private methods allow you to hide implementation details and provide a clean public interface for interacting with an object. By keeping certain methods private, you can control how the object's internal state is modified and prevent external code from interfering with it. Information hiding. Private methods can be used to hide sensitive data or implementation details that should not be accessible from the outside. This helps to enhance security and maintain the integrity of your code. Okay. Code organization. Private methods help you organize your code by keeping related functionality together and separating it from the public interface. It promotes better code readability and maintainability by reducing the complexity of the project's IP. But by keeping related functionality together and separating it from the public interface. It promotes better code readability and maintainability by reducing the complexity of the object's IP. Preventing conflicts. Private methods can prevent naming conflicts with methods in other objects or global functions. Since private methods are only accessible within the object, their names can be chosen freely without worrying about clashes with other parts of your code base. It's important to note that JavaScript doesn't have built-in support for private methods. However, there are various techniques to emulate private methods, such as using closures, naming conventions, and weak map objects. The introduction of the JavaScript class syntax in ES6 also provide a way to define the private method using the hashtag prefix. Okay. Сейчас Okay. А как тогда вызывать вот этот? Вот так. Interactivity as well as code security. Very important part of JavaScript is ensure security, which is exactly. Uh, Real languages, you will hear about public and private scope. In JavaScript, there is no such thing. You can, however, emulate public and private scope through things like closures. By using JavaScript design patterns such as module pattern, for example, we can create a public and private scope. A simple way to create a private scope is by wrapping our functions inside a function. As we learned, create scope which keeps things out of the global scope. But when we come to calling out our function, Success, we have created private scope, but what if I wanted the function to be public? There's a great pattern called module pattern, which allows us to scope our functions correctly using private and public scope and object. Here I grab my global namespace called module, which contains all of my relevant code for that module. The return statement here is what returns our public methods. Привет, Стэмпи. На каком языке ты разговариваешь, Стэмпи? Ага, понял. У тебя был опыт в вебе или ты просто... не было. Вообще ничего не было, никакого опыта. Не то, что в вебе, в программировании. Ну ладно, немного... Все, передайте меня немного подучил прям какие-то основные штуки в программировании по типу там массивов, функций, ну, не объектов. Да, просто. Ну, короче, самое базовое такое, чтобы понимать, что к чему. Прошел курс. И, ну, короче, считай с нуля. Вечером. Бля, я забыл, как фильм называется. Сейчас скажу. Блин, лол, он так и называется. Я не забыл, оказывается. Еми называется. Про жизнь. Is what returns our public methods, which are accessible in the global scope but are namespaced. This means our module takes care of our namespace and can contain as many methods as we want. We can extend the module as we wish. Окей, я тоже пойду учиться. А у тебя вообще какой опыт в этой теме? With a private method, this is where a lot of developers go wrong and pollute the global namespace by dumping all their functions in the global scope. Functions that help our code work do not need to be in the global scope. Only the IP calls do things that need to be accessed globally in order to work. Here's how we can create private scope, but by not returning functions. This means that public method can be called вот во фронте, но после пассивного обучения. Но после такого пассивного обучения, когда как учился, немного проектов сделал, вот решил бэкэндом заняться. А, а мне наоборот фронт пока что больше нравится. А как ты вообще учишься? Is privately scoped. These privately scoped functions are things like helpers, add class, remove class. Here's an interesting twist though. Anything in the same scope has access to anything in the same scope, even after the function has been returned, which means our public method have access to our private ones. So they can still interact but are accessible in the global scope. This allows a very powerful level of interactivity as well as code security. A very important part of JavaScript is ensuring security, which is exactly why we can't afford to pull all functions in the global scope as they will be publicly available, which makes them open to vulnerable attacks. Here's an example of returning an object making use of public and private method. В день стараюсь уделять минимум 2 часа, а ведь только в 9 классе учусь. А, ну хорош, хорош. А по каким курсам или ну, каким методом ты учишься? Там уже видосы на ютубе, что-то типа такого. Is to this helps us when returning an anonymous object, which the module can use object fashion as we can simply assign the function reference. Жестко. Люблю roadmap, иду по плану, нахожу всякие источники информации, которые могу рассказать некоторые темы. Промежуточно закрепляю пройденный материал. Хорош, хорош, так и надо. Молодец. Давай, давай, удачи. Мгм. Блин, прикольно, прикольно. Я другого сделаю. М, Модуль паттерн. Мгм. И вот это. Bind. Кол я таки не понял, что за кол. Окей, вроде понятно. Вот это вроде понятно. What you provide demonstrates the concept of creating a module in JavaScript using an immediately invoked function expression. Within the you can define private and public methods and variables. In the example you provided, the module variable is assigned the result of the immediately invoked function expression. As I have created a private method, and a public method, and that returns an object that contains references to the public methods. Is defined within the IF and can only be accessed from within the module. It is not directly accessible outside of IF scope, making it effectively private. The public method is also defined within the IF and can be accessed and used by code outside of module. By returning an object with references to the public methods, those methods can be accessed using the module variable after the executes. The return object acts as the public interface of the module. Other parts of your code to interact with the module's public methods. It's important to note that in your code there is a reference to another public method in the return object, but is not defined in the module. If you intend to include another public method, you need to define it within the module and add it in the return object accordingly. Окей, вроде понятно. Вроде понятно. For example of how the closure side of thing works can be seen when returning a function reference. In more practical usage inside our scope, we can return things that are they are available in the parent scope. Что закрыл? Переводчик. Блин, а зачем вот эта штука? Defined. Then the function you return an object can contain. However, is not defined. Function name. Closure concept we have used here make our scope inside say hello inaccessible to the public scope. Calling the function alone will do nothing as it returns a function. The function returns a function, which means it needs assignments. Then calling. So you can call it and you may have some function like this, but this will call your closure. Uses the above technique for the compile methods, where you pass the current scope reference. When we could guess that their code would like this. Scope is not of scope though. Access to template and scope do the magic with 2. To return in order to be called. Окей. Бля, ну, будем смотреть, вроде более-менее понятно. Окей. Так, здесь что у нас? How latent consts are scoped in JavaScript. Okay. There are a couple new ways to declare variables in ES6. Что вообще такое ES6? ECMA script. What is... Sonos refers to the 6th edition of standard for JavaScript. It introduced several new features and enhancements to the language, providing developers with more powerful and expressive capabilities. Key features introduced in ES6 arrow functions. Functions provide a more concise syntax for writing function expressions, with a shorter syntax and lexical list binding. Block scoped variables. The latent const keywords were introduced to declare block scoped variables, which offer more predictable variable scoping compared to var. Classes introduce class syntax for defining classes in JavaScript following the more traditional object-oriented programming paradigm. It provides a simpler syntax for creating constructor functions and managing prototypes. Modules. ES6 introduced a built-in module system for JavaScript. allowing developers to define and import modules using the import and export keywords. This provides standard this standardized way to organize and reuse code across multiple files. Template literals provide an improved way to work with strings, allowing the embedding of variables and expressions within backtick. This, this destructing assignments allows you to extract values from arrays or objects and assign them to variables in a more concise and intuitive way. Spread operator enables the expansion of iterable objects such as array or objects into individual elements. It is useful for creating copies, merging arrays, or passing multiple arguments to functions. Introduce the ability to define default values for function parameters, simplifying the handling of missing or undefined values. Promises provide an alternative to callbacks for handling asynchronous operations. They allow you to write more readable and manageable asynchronous code by changing methods and handling success or failure in a more structured manner. As many features introduced in ES6 subsequent versions, such as and so on, have continued to add more features and improvements. А ES... Сколько вообще ES? Есть 9. Жестко. Ладно, пофиг. That help us out with scoping. We can declare variables with var, which they have always used, but now we can use layering const to declare variables too. These two have some attributes about them which are going to be helpful for us in creating variables, but let's do a quick review to show you how are different. Firstly, var variables can be redefined or updated. Let's use console log to show the widths, which we can update the widths to be 200, and then we'll console log the widths again with. If you run this in your browser, if you run this in your browser, you'll see we get, which isn't a big deal. We're able to update them. You can also put a var in front of line 3. If you were to accidentally redeclare the variable, if you do, it won't do anything. It will work as you would expect, but it won't let you won't yell at you for creating the same variable name twice in the same scope, because var variables can be updated or redefined. We also need to remember how var variables are scoped. Scoping essentially means where these variables available to me. In the case of var variables, their function scope, which means that they are only available inside the function that they are created in. However, if they are not declared in the function, then they are globally scoped and they are available in the whole window. If I created a function and put my var width inside of it and console logged the width, and then I were to run it, is that going to work? Of course it's going to work, because the width is available inside this function. But if I also try to console log the width after I have set the width like this, it won't work, because the width is only scoped to the function. It is a local variable to our set width function. It is not available outside the confines. Think of the curly brackets as gates of functional jail, and our var variables are in there. This is important for us to know. If you do want to globally scope width, we need to declare it outside the function like so. Блин, это тоже уже нам рассказали. Generally, it's probably not what you want to do. You want to keep your variables inside of your function. If you need something outside of a function, you want to return it and store that in a variable. That's something that we need to know about function scoping. But I'm going to show you a use case where function scoping sort of comes back and bites us. Let's say we have an age variable and we have an if statement. We want to create a number of dog years. If they are greater than 12, let's calculate their ages in dog years and show you how many dogs year old in the console if they are older than 12. If age just an aside, you can see I'm using backticks in this example, but I'm going to tell you all about this in the section. The one thing that is a little bit strange here is that var doc years is just a temporary variable, and I just needed this real quick in order to calculate something and then stick it into a console log or stick it into a string or whatever. If you go to your browser console and call doc years, you will see that it's leaked outside of the if statement. It is now a global variable that lives on window, which isn't really what we want. Even though this was a temporary variable that I'm only needed inside one if statement, because var variables are function scoped. And remember, there is no function here, it's going to be globally scoped. It's scoped to the entire window, which is a little bit of pain here. That is one of the benefits to using a Latin const. Instead of being scoped to the function, it is block scoped, which is something new. Anytime that you see curly brackets, that's a block. Functions are also blocks. Latin consts are still going to be scoped to a function, but if inside of that function, or if inside of some other element that you have, it will be scoped to the closest set of curly brackets. If I now take this doc years here and change it to let, я потерял. Because and I refresh, everything works as we want. However, if you call doc years in the browser console, it says doc years is not defined because I declared as a let variable. It is not declared inside of clock block scope. Now, not a global scope like block scope. That temporary variable has not leaked out the block. And get the same result, which is what we also. Okay. Okay. Private variables and functions. Ой, боже. Ой. Так, private variables and functions. Now that we have cemented your knowledge of scope in JavaScript, take a look at this example. Take a look at this example. Factory. Так, она не будет работать. Print string не будет работать, потому что... Подожди. Так, string taco capitalized string to uppercase, print string console log. Taco factory function. Print string не будет работать, потому что нужно taco точку сделать. Capitalize string тем более не будет работать, потому что нужна такая точка. И плюс это аноним, как не анонимная, или как называется, приватная функция. Да, и вот. Because of the concept of scope, neither of the function created inside of factory function can be accessed outside of function itself, which is why lines 9, 10, and 11 fail. The only way to use either of those functions is to return them in the object. See line 4. Which is why we can call taco but not taco. The biggest deal here is that even though we can access the capitalized string function, print string can. That is closure. The concept of closure is the idea that functions retain their scope even if they are passed around and called outside of that scope. In this case, print string has access to everything inside of factory function, even it gets called outside of that function. Here's another example. Let count 0 и return функцию console log count плюс плюс. This example counter created initialize local variable count and then returns a function. To use that function, we have to assign it to a variable line 9. Then every time we run the function, it logs count. To use that function, we have to assign it to variable. Then every time we run the function, it logs count to the console and increment it. Keep in mind, counter is calling the return value of counter creator. As above, the function counter is a closure. It has access to the variable count and can both print and increment it, but there is no other way for our program to access that variable. In the context of factory function closures, allow us to create private variables and functions. Private functions are functions that are used in the workings of our objects that are not intended to be used elsewhere in our program. In other words, even though our objects might only do one or two things, we're free to split our functions up as much as we want, allowing for a cleaner, easier way to read code, and only export the functions that the rest of the program is going to use. Using this same terminology with our print string example from earlier, capitalized string is a private function and print string is public. The concept of private functions is very useful and should be used as often as is possible. The concept of private functions is very useful and should be used as often as possible. For every bit of a functionality that you need for your program, there are likely to be several supporting functions that do not. Привет, Кюкюмима. Как успехи? Ну, полным ходом идем. Учимся. Учим сейчас эти факторные функции. Вот эти приватные, как использовать приватные и публичные функции в объектах и так далее. There are likely to be several supporting functions that do not need to be used in your program as a whole. Taking this away and making them inaccessible makes your code easier to refactor, easier to test, and easier to reason about for you and anyone else that want to use your program. Я не знаю, ты видел или нет, то вчера доделал библиотеку, и вот 5 дней назад еще делал дэшборд. Можешь посмотреть, если хочешь. Если не видел. Back to factory functions. Now that we have got the theory out the way, let's return to factory functions. Factories are simply plain. Ну, там в описании есть на GitHub ссылка. Using factories is a powerful way to organize and contain the code you're writing. For example, if you're writing any sort of game, we are probably going to want objects to describe our players and encapsulate all of the things our players can do. Да, в описании на печи. Ну там как бы табличка, сразу под стримом табличка идет. И в той табличке. Ага, вот factory функции, вот это вот. Factory функции, вот это вот. Внутри которой есть здоровье. Здоровье определяется левелом, который мы ввели, умноженное на 2. Потом здесь функция, которая нам выдает level. GetName выдает name и die. Потом функция damage, которая берет за аргумент x и отнимает здоровье плеера на вот это значение. Но если здоровье плеера меньше или равно нулю, оно выдает функцию die. Потом функция attack за аргумент берет объект плеера. Функция attack. И если level плеера меньше за уровень enemy, то вызывается функция дамага, которая отнимает здоровье плеера на единичку. Но если level плеера больше за enemy, то enemy получает дамаг. И соответственно, чтобы все эти функции были публичными, мы их возвращаем. А так дамаг. И тут мы создаем объект Jimmy, у которого имя Jimmy и level 10. И создаем bad guy, которого зовут Джефф и уровень 5. Соответственно, Джимми атакует bad guy. И получается bad guy получит дамаг 1. Понял. Вроде несложно. А дай мы не вывели, потому что это внутренняя функция. Нам типа не нужно вызывать на игрока через точку дай. Окей, окей. What would happen if I were to try... Ничего не произойдет. What if we were tried to manipulate the health? Тоже ничего, потому что это типа внутренняя переменная. Это просто переменная, а это именно э, значение объекта. Для ней нужно проверить. А, а, только... Ля. Хорошо. А как тогда? Типа в этих factory функциях, типа, ну, чтобы создать объект, нельзя передавать, типа, key, двоеточие и value. Ну, типа, вот тут у нас name выдается с помощью функции, а нельзя, чтобы было, типа, ну, типа вот так вот. Name, двоеточие, Jimmy. Почему именно через функцию мы получаем имя? Окей, а если я... А, ага, я понял. Мгм. То есть, если бы я могу сюда передать имя? М, Да, могу. Типа я могу теперь... Ага, понял, понял. Ты можешь ее только вызвать, но не отредактировать. Мгм, спасибо. Я понял, понял. Если я передам сюда, потом, возможно, будет в курсе Гатари Сатари. Возможно. Да. Мгм. Я понял. Прикольно, прикольно. Well, those are things that we have not exposed publicly, so we would get an error. This is a very good thing. Setting up objects like this make it easier for us to use them, because we have actually put some thoughts into how and when we're going to want to use the information. In this case, we have Jimmy's health hiding as a private variable inside of the object, which means we need to export a function if we want to manipulate it. In the long run, this will make our code much easier to reason about, because all of the logic is encapsulated in a appropriate place. Блин, реально круто. Сделаю заметку. Наверное, лучше сделаю 4. Блин, ну вниз вставляй. Его сюда наверх вставить. Походу никак. Ладно. Я знаю как. Сука, что за бред? Я теперь хочу вниз. Окей, найс, сейчас в туалет схожу. Ой. Inheritance with factories. In the constructor's lesson, we looked fairly deeply into the concept of prototypes and inheritance, or giving our object access to the methods and properties of another object. There are a few easy ways to accomplish this while using factories. Check this one out. Simply create a person and pull out the say-name function with destructing assignment syntax. Так, person, мы берем name, функция say-name cancel log, понятно, и say-name делаем публичный. Потом следующий factory. Nerd, берем имя, копируем типа функцию, которую он возвращает. Типа say-name функция из person factory. Cancel log. Возвращаем вот эту функцию и вот эту. Say name. This pattern is great because it allows you to pick and choose which functions you want to include in your new object. If you want to go ahead and lump all of another objects. Что такое lump? Сваливать, смешивать в кучу. All of another objects in, you can certainly do that as well with object assign. Read the docs for that one here. The object assign static method copies all enumerable on properties from one or more secure objects to a target object. It returns the modified target object. Target object source returned target object assigned target source target. Мы типа в target засунули source. Static method copies all enumerable on properties from one or more source object to a target object. Понял. Properties which is returned after the modified the source object containing the properties you want to apply. Return value. Description. Properties in the target objects are overwritten by properties in the source if they have the same key. Later sources properties override earlier ones. Uh, um, okay. Properties in the target object are overwritten by properties in the source if they have the same key. The source's properties overwrite earlier ones. The object assign method only copies enumerable. Не забывает слово. Исчисляемый. And own properties from a source object to a target object. It uses get on the source and set on the target. So it will invoke getters and setters. Это оно? О чем ты говорил? Therefore, it assigns properties versus scoping or define new properties. This may take it unsuitable for merging new properties into a prototype if the merge source contains getters. For copying property definitions into prototypes, use get on property descriptor and object defined property instead. Both string and symbol properties are copied. In case of an error, for example, if a property is non-readable, the type error is erased, and the target object is changed if any properties are added before the error erased. For deep cloning, we need to use alternative because object assign copies property values. If the source value is a reference to an object, it only copies the reference value. Жесть. Object assign. Не понял, а что не так? Object 1. Object 2 a равно 2. Object 2 b точка c равно 3. Типа, если мы через эту штуку берем и меняем в объекте 2, то оно поменяется и в оригинале. Но if the source value is referenced to an object, it only copies a reference value. Понял. Merging objects. То есть в О1 оно прикрепит О2 и О3. И, соответственно, final merging objects with the same properties. ABC, ABC. The properties are overwritten by other objects that have the same properties. Copy symbol typed properties. Что это? Массив? Я не понимаю, что это. And the prototype chain and non-enumerable properties cannot be copied. Object create. Is an object prototype chain. Primitives will be wrapped to objects. Assign v1 null, v2 undefined. Primitives will be wrapped. Null and undefined will be ignored. Note only string wrappers can have own enumerable properties. Куда 10 делся? Не понял. Primitives will be wrapped. Only wrapped, null, and undefined will be ignored. Not only string wrappers can have own enumerable properties. Я вообще не понимаю, как это работает. Хорошо. Окей, я понял. Я понял. Оно его переписывает, потому что... Если, ну, то есть, если я сделаю десятку в скобочки, то оно его перепишет. Перепишет нолик, сделать тут 1, а тут 0. Потому что как бы у него тоже key это 0 и 1. Угу. Да, понял. Exceptions will interrupt the ongoing copying task. Define property. Target foo is read-only property. Object assign target bar foo is read-only. The exception is thrown when assigned target full. Was copied successfully. 3. The first property of the second source was copied successfully. Uh, Target full is thrown here. Okay. Assign method has finished. Copying accessors. Object full. Один get bar. Return to. Object assign. Copy object. Console log copy. Foo1 bar 2. The value of copy bar is object bars getter return value. This is an assign function that copies full descriptors. Complete assign target. Типа сколько угодно. Sources. Sources for each source. Const descriptors. Object key source. .reduce descriptors. Key. Нет, я уже не понимаю. Const nerd prototype. Person name is great because it allows you to pick and choose which functions you want to include in your new object. If you want to go ahead and lump all of another objects, you can certainly do that as well with object assign. Do something. Before moving on, have a look at this article. In the second half of the article, the author goes into some things that we aren't really talking too much about here, but you will be rewarded if you spend some time figuring out what he's talking about. Good stuff. Так, тут уже много читать. Надо обеденный перерыв сделать. Это нужно скопировать на заметку. Мгм. Так, обеденный перерыв. Так, продолжаем. Чуть. Это на потом. Adapted from programming JavaScript applications expanded and updated for ES6. That goes into some things that we aren't really talking too much about here. In order to claim fluency in JavaScript, it's important to understand how JavaScript native inheritance capabilities work. This is an often neglected areas of JavaScript writing and learning, but understanding it can be dramatically empowering. JavaScript is one of the most expressive programming languages ever created. One of its best feature is the ability to create and inherit from objects without classes and class inheritance. Its combination of delegate prototypes, runtime object extension, and closures, only to express three distinct kinds of prototypes in JavaScript, which provide significant advantages over class inheritance. For more on the disadvantages of class inheritance, watch classical inheritance is absolute. How to think in a prototypal OO. Скики? Не, спасибо. Delegation differential inheritance. A delegate prototype is an object that serves as a base for another object. That serves as the base for another object. When you inherit from a delegate prototype, the new object gets a reference to the prototype. When you try to access a property on the new object, it checks the object's own properties first. If it doesn't find it there, it checks the prototype and so on up to the prototype chain until it gets back to object prototype, which is the root delegate for most objects. Method delegation can preserve memory resources because you only need one copy of each method to be shared by all instances. Method delegation can preserve memory resources because you only need one copy of each method to be shared by instances. There are several ways to set up the relationship in JavaScript. The one you're likely to see in um, constructor name, this name равно name. Что такое? Или John Doe. Nice. Hello. Due to the many problems associated with class inheritance, At the temptation to extend classes, I don't recommend this technique I presented here only because it's likely to be a familiar point of reference. You may also be familiar with the ES5 constructor function version. I prefer the factory function using object create. In JavaScript, any function can create new objects. When it's not a constructor function, it's called the function factory function. Mm. Greeter name object assign object create proto name. You can avoid property delegation by setting the prototype to null using object create null. One major drawback to delegation is that it's not very good for storing state. If you try to store state as object or arrays, mutating any member of the object or array will mutate the member for every instance that shares the prototype. In order to preserve instance safety, you need to make a copy of the state for each object. Concatenative inheritance, cloning makes sense. Concatenative inheritance is a process of copying the properties from one object to another without retaining a reference between the two objects. It relies on JavaScript dynamic object extension feature. Cloning is a great way to store default state for object. This process is commonly achieved using object assign. Prior to до, прежний, to ES6 it was common to use similar ну, пока не очень. Пока более-менее из теории я понимаю, но на практике надо как-то уже будет думать. Так, proto hello, function hello, return George object assign proto name George. Понятно. It's common to see this style used for mixins. For example, you can turn any object into an event emitter by mixing in an event emitter 3 prototype. Objects, event prototype, events, object dot on events, payload, emit, event some data. Не понимаю, что это. We can use this to create a backbone style event emitting model. Model mixing object assign Ничего себе. АТТРС. М, Set name value. Name равно value. They submit change. Нет, что-то жесткое. А вот это set get я еще не знаю. Они будут интересны? Не знаю. Okay. Concatenative inheritance is very powerful, but it gets even better when you combine it with closures. Functional inheritance. Not to be confused with functional programming. Coined by Douglas Crockford in JavaScript, functional inheritance make use of factory function and then text on new properties using concatenative inheritance. Functions created for the purpose of extending existing objects are commonly referred to as functional mixins. The primary advantage of using functions for extension is that it allows you to use the function closure to encapsulate private data. In other words, you can enforce private state. It's a bit awkward to hand the attributes in a public property where a user could set or get them without calling the proper methods. When we really want to do is hide the attributes in a private closure. Like this. Row mixin function. Cons. ATTRS. Я понимаю, что это. Это просто какой-то объект. Возвращаем. Object assign this. Target. By moving ATRs from public property to a private identifier, we remove all trace of it from the public IP. The only way to use it now is via the privileged methods. Privileged methods are any methods defined within the closure function scope, which gives them access to the private data. Note in the example above, we have the mixin model wrap around the actual function mixin. The reason we need that is because we need to set the value of this inside the function, which we do with function property call. We could skip the wrapper and let callers do that instead, but that would be obnoxious. Composition over class inheritance. Favor object composition over class inheritance. Class inheritance creates is a relationship with restrictive taxonomies. All of which are eventually wrong for new use cases, but it turns out we usually employ inheritance for has a uses a or can do relationship. Composition is more like a guitar effects pedal board. I want something that can do delay, subtle distortion, and robo voice. No problem, just plug them all in. Compose. When would you want to use class inheritance? For me, the answer is simple: never. Bueno. Composition simpler, more expressive, more flexible. Что за язык он не выводит? French. Нет, мне английский нужен. to complete. Once worker state. So log. State name. Drive. State position on a state position plus state speed. Barker. Name. Caro.bark. Ну, жестко. Блин, забавный чел. Composition. Что такое composition? As you can see, JavaScript provides a very flexible object system without the need to rely on class. So why did we add class in the first place? Because a lot of people are familiar with the class paradigm for other languages, and people kept trying to emulate it in JavaScript. Inheritance in JavaScript is so easy it confuses people who accept it to take effort. To make it harder, we added class. Confuses people who accept it to take effort. Several popular libraries implemented pseudo-class inheritance in JavaScript using the delegate prototype chain to emulate class inheritance. Adding an official class keyword provided a single canonical way to emulate class inheritance in JavaScript, but in my opinion, you should avoid it altogether. In JavaScript, composition uh, is simpler, more expressive, and more flexible than class inheritance. I can think of a single good use case where class is a better fit than the native prototypal alternatives. I've been challenging people to come up with a compelling use case for class inheritance for several years, and instead of good use cases, I hear a whole lot of common misconceptions. Once you start thinking in terms of class-free objects and inheritance using prototypes and concatenation, you begin to really appreciate how simple, powerful, and flexible JavaScript object system can be. The module pattern. Quick side note, ES6 introduced a new feature in JavaScript called modules. This is essentially a syntax for importing and exporting a code between different JavaScript files. They are very powerful and we will be covering them later. They're not, however, what we're talking about here. Modules are actually very similar to factory functions. The main difference is how they're created. Meet a module. Так, не понял. The concept are exactly the same as factory function. However, instead of creating a factory that we can use over and over again to create multiple objects, the module pattern wraps the factory in an if immediately invoked function expression. Read up about ifs in this article. The concept is simple. Write a function, wrap in parentheses, and then immediately call the function by adding at the end of it. It doesn't take a very long working with JavaScript. Tech introduction to IFS immediately invoke function expressions. It doesn't take very long working with JavaScript before you come across this pattern. Your first encounter is likely to be quite confusing, but fortunately, the concept itself is simple. The pattern is called immediately invoked function expression. Iffy. In JavaScript, functions can be created either through a function declaration or a function expression. A function declaration is a normal way of creating named functions. On the other hand, if you're assigning a function to a variable or property, you are dealing with a function expression. If you're assigning a function to a variable or property, you're dealing with the function expression. Assignment of a function expression to a variable. Assignment of a function expression to a property. A function created in the context of an expression is also a function expression. For example, function created in the context of an expression is also function expression. Anything within the parentheses is part of an expression. The parenthesis is part of expression. Anything after the not operator is part of expression. The key thing about JavaScript expressions is that they return values. In both cases above, the return value of the expression is the function. That means that if we want to invoke the function expression right away, we just need to tackle a couple of parentheses on the end, which brings up back to the first bit of code we looked at. Now we know what the code is doing, but the question why still remains. The primary reason to use IFI is to obtain data privacy, because JavaScript var scopes variables to the containing function. Any variable declared within the if cannot be accessed by the outside world. Hmm. Hmm. Outputs bar. Of course, you could explicitly name and then invoke a function to achieve the same ends. However, this approach has a few downsides. First, it's unnecessarily takes up the name in the global namespace, increasing the possibility of name collisions. Second, the intentions of this code aren't as document, as self-documenting as an IFE. And third, because it is named and isn't self-documenting, it might accidentally be invoked more than once. It is worth pointing out that you can easily pass arguments into the IFE as well. That's the story behind. Soon we'll be building on this by taking a look at the module pattern. The module pattern is one of the most common design patterns used in JavaScript, and for a good reason. The module pattern is easy to use and creates encapsulation of our code. Modules are commonly used as single singlets singleton style objects where only one instance exists. The module pattern is great for services and testing TDD. There are many different variations of the module patterns. For now, I'll be covering the basics and revealing module pattern in ES5. Something to note: the next version of JavaScript, ES6, has a new specification for asynchronous module loading. You can use the module pattern that will be covered with the new ES6 module loading syntax. Creating a module. First, we start using anonymous closure. Anonymous closures are just functions that wrap our code uh, and create an enclosed scope around it. Closures help keep any state or privacy within the function. Closures are one of the best and most powerful features in JavaScript. Your code here. All functions and variables are scoped in this function. This pattern as well is well known as immediately invoked function expression, or IFI. The function is evaluated and then immediately invoked. It's also good practice to run your modules in the ES5 strict mode. Strict mode will protect you from some of the more dangerous parts in JavaScript. Exporting our module. Next, we'll want to export our module. This basically assigns the module to a variable that we can use to call our module's methods. Next, we will want to export module. This basically assigns the module to a variable that we can use to call our module's methods. Next, let's create a public method for our module to call. To expose this method to code outside our module, a public method for our module to call. To export this method to code outside our module, we return an object with the methods defined. Private methods and properties. JavaScript does not have a private keyword by default, but using closures we can create private methods and private states. Function. Private methods. Return public method function. Mm, Disidentified protected by module closure. Так. Because our private properties are not returned, they are not available outside of outside of out module. Only our public method has given up access to our private methods. Yeah, this gives us ability to create private states and encapsulation within our code. You may have noticed the underscore before our private methods and properties. Because JavaScript does not have a private keyword, it's common to prefix private properties with an underscore. A revealing module pattern. The revealing module pattern is one of the most popular ways popular 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 ways of creating modules. Using the return statement, we can return an object literal that reveals only methods or properties we want to be publicly available. Public property, function, private method, public method, return. Public method outputs hello world. Public property and public property. The benefit to the revealing module pattern is that we can look at the bottom of our modules and quickly see what is publicly available for use. The module pattern is not a silver bullet for adding code reusable to your JavaScript. Using the module pattern with prototypal inheritance can give you a wide range of design patterns with varying pros and cons. Я не понял, как сюда прототипы. Через этот object assign. For those who prefer video lesson, here's an excellent YouTube series of modular most of the content in the guide. As a prototype in JavaScript object property that gives us inheritance and reusability in our objects. If you come from a classical class-based language such as Java or C#, prototypes can be confusing at first. In this post, I'm going to cover a simple example where we can create multiple objects and create an inheritance chain between them. First, let's create our first object. JavaScript does not have a formal class keyword as of the current ES5 version. This post will focus on current ES5. Mm, Module pattern in JavaScript. Module is a construct somewhat similar to a singleton class. It has only one instance and exposes its members, but it doesn't have any kind of internal state defining a module. Module is created as an immediately IFE, which is a function with a function inside. Everything within the body of said function is bound to that module and can be seen by each other. Modules emulates public and private methods by creating mentioned earlier scope and exposing only those things that are declared. Private method or functions are members of given entity that can be seen only within said entity. Or functions as members of given entity or functions. Private methods or functions are members of given entities that can be seen only within a said entity. Public ones can be accessed from the outside of given entity. Let us try and create a module with a private function inside. Что вот это такое? Окей, я понял. Я понял. Я понял. As you can see, there's a simple log function that will log received message how to execute it. Ну не сработает, его нужно ретурнить. Can you guess what is produces? What is that? Because our module doesn't return anything, so it's actually undefined even though the code inside will execute. Console log start. This will log start because this function has been fired. And as you know, function doesn't have to always return something. So now we know that accessing a module is actually accessing whatever it returns. The log function can be treated as a private one. It can be accessed from within the module and other function inside. You can execute it. Let's try. Message log const make uppercase text. Что здесь происходит вообще? Make uppercase. Treat this private one, it can be accessed from within the module, and other function side can execute it. Let's try. Wait a minute, Paul, that's another function within the module that I can't access. Exposing the module, yes. This is another function that isn't accessible to us, but knowing what we have learned earlier about accessing the module, we can easily solve this. You already know what to do. Exactly, return this function, but do not return a single function. Although it is possible, return an object with it. Now we can use make console log formatter make uppercase stomach. Modules can house not only functions but arrays, objects, and primitives as well. Message set time run log console make uppercase text log make an uppercase set time run. As expected, but note this can be overwritten from outside. But no, this can be no console log. Then this shows that everything publicly exposed can be changed from the outside. That is one of the biggest module pattern drawbacks. Reference types work differently. Here you can define it and it will populate it as you go. Time run, make uppercase text. Times run .push null text uppercase. Log 3 after saying my name 3 times in uppercase. Mhm. Declaring module dependencies. I like to treat modules as closed entities, meaning they reside within themselves and nothing more is needed for them to exist. But sometimes you may want to work with, for example, DOM or window global object. To achieve that, module may have dependencies. Let's try to write a function that will write a message. I like to treat modules as closed entities, meaning they reside within themselves and nothing more is needed for them to exist. But sometimes you may want to work with, for example, DOM. To achieve that, module may have dependencies. Let's try to write a function that will write a message to our Widget module may have dependencies. Let's say to write a function that will write a message to a requested HTML element. Write DOM selector message, document query selector, inner HTML, random message. Works out the box, assuming that we have an element with ID targets in our DOM. Sounds great, but document is available only when the DOM is accessible. Running the code on a server would produce an error, so how to make sure that we are good to go? One of the options is to check whether document exists. Shit. And query selector in document. And this pretty much takes care of everything, but I don't like it. Now the module really depends on something from the outside. It's I will go only if my friend will go to scenario. It has to be like this. No, of course not. We can declare our modules dependencies and inject them as we go. Сможем фильм 9 начать смотреть? Ну давай в 9. Давай в 9. Окей. We can declare our modules dependencies and inject as we go. Hmm. Так, function doc message, так, make uppercase cons write to dom selector message if doc query select. Let's follow it step by step. At the top there's an argument of to our function, then it is used in the write dom method instead our document, and used in the write dom method instead our document. In the end, right in the last line we're adding document. Why those are the arguments our module will be invoked with. Why I change the argument name in the module? I don't like to shadow variables. This is a great opportunity for testing, of course. Now rather than relying on whether our testing tools have DOM simulator or something similar, they can insert a mock, but we need to insert it during our definition, not later. This is fairly simple. You just need to write a mock and place is as a spare. Document mock, query selector, uh, function doc, const make uppercase, write DOM. I even removed the check inside make uppercase because it's not needed anymore. It's a very common one, and as you can see, very good at that. I often try to write modules first, then if needed classes. Nice. In our calculator example above, the function inside the if is a simple factory function, but we can just go ahead and assign the object to the variable calculator. Since we aren't going to need to be making lots of calculators, we only need one. But we can just go ahead and assign the object to the variable calculator. Just like the factory example, we can have as many private functions and variables as we want, and they stay neatly organized, tucked away inside of our module, only exposing the functions we actually want to use in our program. A useful side effect of encapsulating the inner workings of our programs into object is a useful side effect of encapsulating the inner workings of our programs into object is namespacing. Namespacing is a technique that is used to avoid naming collisions in our programs. For example, it's easy to imagine scenarios where you could write multiple functions with the same name. In our calculator example, what if we had a function that added things to our HTML display? add a function that added numbers and operate these to our stack as the user's input items. It is conceivable that we would want to call all three of these functions add, which of course would cause trouble in our program. If all of them were nicely encapsulated inside of an object, then we would have no trouble. Knowledge check. Describe common bugs you may run into using constructors. Common bugs you might run into using constructors. Это коллизия названий. Тут у нас финал. Миллион теорий, да. Но следующий проект будет, ну, после вот этой, сейчас я, после этого, короче, следующее будет крестики-нолики проект. Так, еще какие проблемы с конструкторами в том, что в них нельзя делать приватные эти функции, и тем самым можно легко извне поменять объекты. Блин, я еще это не прочитал. Пиздец. Я уже отвечаю. And constructors are bad for JavaScript. JavaScript is a language that always been at odds with itself. It drives its core strength for a simple, flexible object model that allows code reuse through direct object-to-object prototypal inheritance and a powerful execution model based on functions that are simply executable objects. Unfortunately, there are many aspects of the language that obscure this powerful core. It is well known that JavaScript originally wanted to look like other popular languages, built on fundamentally different philosophies, and this trend in its history has led to constructs in the language that actively work against its natural flow. Consider the fact that although the prototypal object-to-object inheritance mentioned above is a core aspect of the language, there was no way until EMCA script 5 to simply say, I want to create an object whose prototype is this other object. You would have to do something like the following. Protoprop function. Dummy throwaway constructor. C prototype proto. Жесть. Thankfully, using object create, this can now simplify to object create proto. Proto is prototype of object. Nice. The latter construct is much more in tune with JavaScript's core structure. The constructor mechanism used in the former example is clunky in direction of the simple object-to-object inheritance model that language actually uses. But until recently, there was no other way for objects to inherit from one another. They were forced to use structures as mediators. This gave JavaScript the veneer Spawn. Of a typed class-based language while obfuscating and actively interfering with its natural structure and flow. Constructors. JavaScript, the good parts, Douglas Clockwork warns against using the new keyword for constructor invocation. I will admit that when I first read this, I believed his arguments to be based mainly on the dangers of forgetting new and polluting the global namespace. But in JavaScript patterns, Stoyan Stefanov suggests using the following pattern to safeguard against accidentally polluting the global namespace. Okay. All when a constructor to be used without new looks a little strange, and one might argue that it makes the code less clear. But this pattern does make the constructor much safer. And using the constructor, and one might argue that it makes the code less clear, but this pattern does make the constructor much safer, and using the constructor mechanism allows to organize our code in a class-like manner around constructor object links. This seemed like a perfect solution, and it gave me the impression that perhaps Crockford was being overcautious. But digging a little deeper, I assumed upon the following bit of odd behavior, I will use standard constructor invocation to make things clear. Change prototype. Changing the prototype breaks instance off on a conceptual level. I suppose one could argue that if you change the prototype a constructor uses it to create objects, it can't really be considered a template for objects created before the change. And that's essentially all instance of does. It checks prototypes. But that means the result of C instance of C has nothing to do with what C actually is. This is especially clear in the following example. Create two constructors with the same prototype. So the instance of with the same prototype proto function sees C prop. So the instance of operator is extremely misleading about what it's doing. C instead of C does not mean that C was created by C or that C has anything to do with C. It basically just means at this moment the prototype C will use it if it invoked as a constructor. It's never actually invoked as a constructor. Присал. Appears somewhere in the chain of prototypes. The prototype is prototype of but the latter is far more upfront about what it's actually doing. Also consider the rarely used constructor property that's set for all objects. The information is provided is of questionable value. Changing the prototype breaks the constructor. A full treatment of this behavior can be found here, but essentially the constructor property is set by engine exactly once. When a function is defined, its prototype property is initialized to an object with a constructor property, pointing back to the function itself. If you set the function's prototype property to some other object without explicitly setting that new object's constructor property, all objects created by the function will have their constructor properties set to object. Exist in JavaScript. They create false links between object and the function that create them in a manner so brittle and misleading that they only serve to obfuscate how the code actually works. I believe they exist simply to prop up a fundamentally broken construct. The constructor. Typically, constructors at their core are useful. They are simply functions for creating objects. The key problem is all the extra baggage that comes with the creation. Why should an object be considered an instance of the function that creates it? Why the mysterious invocation of new to magically create the new object? What we need is a way to take advantage of the reuse patterns of constructors, while at the same time writing code that is more explicit about what's all actually about doing. This can be done by pushing the object creation and inheritance code directly into the constructor, essentially turning it into a factory function. Writing explicit factory function involves relatively minor changes to the code of constructors. Say for example that we have a constructor like the following. Say for example that we have a constructor like the following. Can be replaced by the following equivalent factory function. Um, object data, object create. The object. Sure. Object create my object. Proto object data равно data. The object created by the constructor and the factor function are equivalent, but the factor function construct has the following advantages. There's no risk of using it in the wrong way. It doesn't require new. As it isn't meant to be used as a constructor, nor is it a constructor that forces proper invocation, essentially hiding errors. The factory function is meant to be used in exactly one way as a regular function. There's no pretense of creating a class of objects by capitalizing the name of otherwise by capitalizing the name or otherwise trying to make it look like the classes of other languages. The prototype property isn't used, so there will be no instance of link between the function and the object it creates. It's simply a function that happens to create objects. So advantages aren't just theoretical. Code written in this way will be more maintainable and less error prone. Taking this idea a step further, if we want to go all the way and not use new at all in our code, the following generic factory can be used to invoke constructor functions in a more explicit manner. Generic factory. If you want, this idea is a step further. If you want to go over all the way and not use new at all in our code, the following generic factory can be used to invoke constructor functions in a more explicit manner. Array prototype slice call arguments 1 apply object arguments. Using it to invoke my object constructor described earlier in this section would look like the following. Whether this makes the code clear or not might be debatable, but one defined advantage is that this construct allows to invoke constructors dynamically, something not possible with invocation that use new. This example also shows more generally that constructor invocation can be done away with quite easily with the tools now afforded us 5. JavaScript JavaScript at its core is a simple, elegant, expressive language that has unfortunately been weighted down by its confused history. Constructors as an example were clearly introduced to give the JavaScript the appearance of other popular class-based object-oriented languages, but as was discussed here, they are at best mislead, and at worst actively interfere with our ability to engage with the core structure of the language. Constructors run contrary to the prototype of functional object-based nature from which JavaScript draws its range. I believe that by putting them aside, by recognizing them as artifacts of a time when JavaScript was trained to look like something other than itself, we'll be able to embrace the language for what it actually is and write clearer, safer, more elegant, and more maintainable code. Write the factory method and that returns an object. Factory method. Explain how. Explain what closure is and how it impacts private functions and variables. Closure — это замыкание, которое позволяет внутренней функции использовать переменные или функции внешние. Подожди. Ну ладно. How it impacts private and functions and variables. Как оно влияет на приватные variables и функции тем, что мы можем публичными вызывать приватные, при этом не давая возможности недоброжелателям как-то заюзать приватные функции и что-то там сломать. Explain how scope works in JavaScript. А так, что то, что внутреннее, видеть внешнее, но не наоборот. Describe how private functions and variables are useful. Это я уже объяснил. Use inheritance in object using the factory pattern. Use inheritance in object using the factory pattern. Не помнишь. Мы можем как использовать inheritance либо через, если нам нужно какая-то одна функция из другого объекта, мы можем взять название этой функции в curly brackets и приравнять к названию объекта и потом возвратить, чтобы вписать в новый объект, то есть заинхеритить в новый объект ту функцию. Либо мы можем вообще полностью весь объект заинхеритить с помощью object return. Не return, а object assign. И вернуть в том объекте, который мы создаем, сделать return object assign и все, что нам надо. То есть object assign, название объекта, из которого мы хотим заинхеритить, и через запятую новой функции. Да, вот. Ну нужно сначала прототип сделать. Explain the module pattern. So not concerns about the self using new fucking function simply set up. Но это модульный паттерн позволяет нам делать приватные и публичные функции. Что позволяет нам обезопасить наши объекты от стороннего влияния. Бля, что ты там? Блять, instantly invoked function expression. Just necessary takes up name. Здесь как бы тоже приватные. Vector function techniques used to achieve encapsulation creating private scopes. However, they have different approaches and use cases, and there is self-invoking function that is executed immediately after it defined. It is typically used to create a private scope and prevent variables and functions from polluting the global namespace. The variables and functions defined inside are not accessible from outside unless explicitly exposed. Here's an example of IFE. The above example private var and private function is private and not accessible from outside. Exposed and can be accessed. Factory function is a function that returns an object. You create multiple instances of an object that shares properties and methods. It is often used when you need to create a similar object with specific configuration. Here's an example: factory function. Exposing public methods. In the above example, the create person factory function creates person objects with private hobbies arrays and private add hobby methods. The return object has properties like the summative use of creating private scopes and exposing selected functions or variables, while factory functions are used for creating multiple instances of objects with shared properties and methods. Briefly explain namespacing, how it's useful. Namespacing, что такое namespacing? A useful side effect of encapsulating the inner workings. Refers to a practice of organizing code and variables within a specific context or container to avoid naming conflicts and provide a logical structure for the code base. It is a technique used in programming to create a hierarchical structure and prevent naming collisions between different parts of the application. JavaScript, where there is no built-in support for namespaces. Namespacing can be achieved using objects. By creating an object to act as a namespace, you can group related variables, functions, or classes together under a single container. This helps in organizing the code and reducing the changes of naming conflicts with other parts of the program or third-party libraries. In the above example, my namespace is an object acting as a namespace. It contains variables like variable 1 and 2, as well as functions like by prefixing the variables and functions with a namespace you can access them as my namespace variable or this helps avoid conflicts with similar named variables or functions defined elsewhere in the code. Namespacing becomes particularly useful in larger code bases or when integrating multiple libraries, as it provides a way to encapsulate and organize code into logical units. It helps prevent unintended interactions between different parts of code and improve code maintainability and readability. It is a technique that is used to avoid naming collisions in our programs. For example, it's easy to imagine scenarios where you could write multiple functions with the same name. In our calculator example, what if we had a function that added things to our HTML display and a function that added numbers and operators to our stack as user input them? It is convincible that we would want to call all three of this function add, which of course would cause trouble in the program. If all of them were nicely encapsulated inside of object, when we would have no trouble. Namespacing, чем он полезен? Тем, что мы можем с помощью объектов использовать одинаковые имена для функций, чтобы они между собой не конфликтовали. Чё? Жесть. 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 Так, у нас фильм. Сейчас я перезапущу, чтобы разделить. Подожди. Ну это все. Mark complete. Next lesson. Тик-так-то. Но это уже послезавтра. Сейчас стрим перезапущу, чтобы разделить запись.